It's not working with Opera. I need to change my browser.
Yeah, Google Chrome is the one you want, definitely. Okay, I'm gonna give you
Which is weird, because Opera's based off of Chrome, which is kind of strange, but
a character sheet.
get signed back in here. Close out of this.
Okay. So the way your character bio is gonna work is, I give everyone permission to read each other's bio. So if you have any secret information, don't put it in your bio. Put it somewhere else on your character sheet, like in the
As
character sheet
as
tab.
far as bio, how do you do that?
Just like a one paragraph story about, and we'll do that once we figure out what race, class, kit, if any, and all that, and we'll kind of fit you into the world as a team rather than you just you writing your bio. And your bio is going to reflect where you're from, how you became, an adventurer that's whatever race and class, and your like knowledge of the area where you're from, and it'll have links to different handouts about the area where you're from. And by link, I mean just like it's a wiki. And you'll have links to any kind of characters that you knew and whatnot. And so the cool part about that is other people can look at your character's bio, and if they know that same person, they can also click on that character's link and remember, oh yeah, this is the NPC so and so from blah blah blah, and then they can ask you in role playing, how do you know such and such from blah de blah, and because you told them about it before. Basically, I keep people's bios open to other players because that's the stuff that you talk about to them, offline when you're camping or just whatever. Like, I'm from this village on this continent, and I knew this NPC, and I became an adventurer because this happened, and yada yada yada. That's just the stuff that you share with the other players. So just that stuff is going to go in your bio.
Okay.
And it's usually mostly where you're from and how you became an adventurer. Okay, so I just gave you a character sheet. I'm going to show it to you right now. So there's your sheet. And first thing we need on your sheet is a name. That way,
Um,
I can get you a token. And are you going to be a multi-class like priest wizard, halfling guy or half elf? Sorry.
um, I don't know if I want to mess with wizards because there's already what a mage, thief mage,
There,
and was
yeah.
there a full mage or just the thief mage?
Um, no, there's no full mage. I don't think there is.
Mages are okay. I prefer clerics or druids. Um, Druids are fun.
Yeah.
Um, Let me think of a name here. Uh,
Did you still want to be
probably
half elf or?
probably half elf.
Okay.
If I'm gonna multi-class, I assume that's best because full elves are they can still multi-class, can't they?
Full elves can, yeah. The combinations for full elf.
Where are the races? Efficiencies, Classes.
Oh, I'm gonna start some music in the game. If you could, in the top right corner, there's a cog wheel. It says My Settings. If you hover over it,
Mm-hmm.
if you click on that, go down to where it says Audio and Video, and open the folder.
Yep.
Make sure your master music volume level is kind of low, like maybe 1/4.
All right.
Okay, that way it's not gonna bust your eardrums when I start the music. There, is that comfortable?
I don't hear it.
Oh, really? Huh. Weird.
Oh, there we go. Oh, it's not playing through my headset. That's why. Let me change my audio here. There we go. Turn that down a little bit. All right. God, I'm not very good at names. Go to the internet. Oh.
Well, what's wrong?
No, I'm trying to think of a name here.
Oh. Do you want a name generator? I have a name generator.
I pulled one up. That works for now. Race. Alignment. I'll have to think of a last name at some point. Do half elf for now. Let me change that. Kid class. Be a cleric. I may go, like, depending on stats, I might. I don't know. It kind of depends on stats. I'm gonna be a cleric probably, but I might go. Because all these guys are squishy, kinda. Thief, mage, thief, monk.
Yeah.
Although
There aren't.
they're a higher level.
Yeah.
What levels are they?
Well, I don't want to go into other people's characters very much.
Okay.
But they're definitely not first level. They're gonna be taking care of you for a while until you're like on par. So it's kind of like you're gonna be uh a special guest, not necessarily an apprentice that they would treat like shit. Because they're very polite characters for the most part. Um, yeah, they will probably end up straight up giving you magic items. It's like that. So, uh, and then you're. I would expect to gain 1 level per session until you get to like level 5 or 6. So it's gonna go really fast to get to 5 or 6. Then it's gonna slow down for a little bit, like maybe 2 or 3 sessions in between levels, until you get to I'd say level 7 or 8, and then it'll slow way down to where you're
Okay.
gaining 1 level per every couple of real world months.
Okay.
And in this game, there's more than one way to progress because you have your player character gains levels, your player character gains magic items, your player character gains spells, your player character gains more powers. Then you have your henchmen and hirelings who also gain levels and spells and magic items and yada yada yada. So you should always feel like you're progressing somewhere, and if you're not, maybe recruit another henchman or something, so that you get that feeling of leveling up, and because it feels good to level up and customize a character a little bit more.
Okay.
So, but
46 for stats, right? That was the
nope, I have macros for that. I just need to find a suitable token, which you're not even sure if you want to be an elf or a half elf for now. So I'm going to give you a gray elf token.
Okay. I've got it in as half elf right now.
Okay.
Try to do my stats first and then kind of go from there. But
yep.
and it's every Sunday at noon, right?
Your mountain. Which time zone you in?
Central.
Then yes, noon. Yeah. So go ahead and enter your new name and hit enter on the character sheet.
That's there.
Oh, you just didn't hit enter yet. There we go. Fenmar. Okay. I already did it just now. Okay. Fenmar. Alright, so here's your token. Go ahead and grab onto it. And you'll have some options across the top of the screen. Last of which should be character creation. Go ahead and click on that character creation button.
Where is the token?
Right here.
I don't see it.
You don't see this guy right here dancing? Here, I'll move him. There, do you see him now?
I see a black screen.
Oh, you're on a black screen. 1 second.
There we go. And it went black again.
Okay, 1 second. Dynamic lighting off. Save settings. Boom. There we go. Now you should be able to see this guy. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Character creation. All right.
Okay. So now we've got some stats to work with. If you hold the shift key and double click on your character token, it'll open up your character sheet.
Yep.
And you'll see that there's optional stuff on here. If you're looking at, go ahead and open your chat bar, your chat tab, and it rolled stats for Fenmar. So you got a 13, 12, 15, 10, 12, and 9. And you're born on February 14th. And then, do you see that magenta bar that says height, weight, age?
Yep.
That is also a button. So if you keep Fenmar selected and hit height, weight, age, and find, oh yeah, we don't know your race yet, so never mind. Never mind. And then below that it says optional traits. Everything below that is optional except for social rank. You're going to be from upper middle class, and you can pick one of those occupations for your family. That just means like one of your parents, belongs to that occupation, at least one. Whoever's the breadwinner. If both are breadwinners, then maybe they're both minor nobles or whatever.
Guild masters.
Okay. And then when you open up your character sheet, click on the edit button, and you can enter that stuff in where birthday goes, your social classes, upper middle class, guild masters, sex is self-explanatory, status is your marital status, so divorced, widowed, single, married. And then birth rank is the order in which the legitimate children of your family were born. Which one are you? Yeah. Hair color.
Number 1. Siblings. 2. Hair. Black.
Probably a high elf or half high elf.
Cool. Religion, don't know yet. Lineage, patron. Is family? Is that where the?
That's where your last name goes.
I'll figure that out.
Yeah.
Race, clan, homeland.
Yeah, we don't even know your race yet, so
yeah.
We can leave that part blank for now, and then just hit the save button so I can see. Sweet, upper middle class, and you said you wanted to be guild masters, right?
Yeah.
All right, so upper middle class space guild masters. Save changes. Okay. Now we can go into the character sheet tab, which is next to the bio and info tab.
Yep.
And you are level 1 half elf, cleric, chaotic neutral. Hey, interesting. And do you want to stick with half elf?
I think so for now.
Okay.
If I can just decide here in a bit, but I think that's usually pretty good.
All right, so keep your token selected and click on that magenta colored button that's in chat. It says height, weight, age. It's inside the
Oh yeah. Let's scroll down.
And find half elf male. Yep. Okay, so you can record your height, weight, just below your name and class and stuff. Let's see.
Oh man, I'm really young.
Yeah, that's older than a human though. Humans are like 16 to 19 when they start.
Yeah. 16, 17.
Okay. And then where it says please record all your HP rolls. Level 1 characters, I have a house rule in this campaign. Level 1 characters always start with full health. Okay, so for level 1, you rolled an 8. And so that's if you're staying as a cleric. Yep, so for your HP, you can put 8 out of 8. And then we can slide down to your ability scores, which we have 13, 12, 15, 10, 12, 9.
Oh, 15 wisdom. Get cleric, gotta have that wisdom.
Yep.
Let's go. I'm gonna try and be tanky as possible. 13 constitution, 12 strength. 15, 12, 13. I got a 12, so let's go. Charisma's pretty important too. Man, those are shitty stats. Oh. I'm gonna go 12 charisma. That leaves me 10 and 9. I guess I just won't be very dexterous. 9 dexterity, 10 intelligence.
Which 10 is not bad because 10 is average. 10 or 11 is right in the middle. And then in order to have a bad stat, you basically have to have like 7 or lower. So even with that 9, you don't get any negatives on your dexterity. I mean, unless you were a thief. Because then you'd have minus 15% pickpockets, open locks would be minus 10. But, you know, you're a cleric. All right. And then, pretty sure that still lets you qualify to be a half elf. Player character ability scores. Races. Half elves. Racial ability requirements. See, half elves. Their highest minimum is a 6. So yeah, you've got it all. And then they can go up to 18 in all their stats. All right. And then, did you want to do a kit? Honestly, the priest kits are pretty lame. And then there's one that's obsolete. It's the fighting monk, because monk is a class in 2nd edition now with the revision.
I've got the priest. Oh look, I thought I had the cleric one though. The actual.
Oh, well, what I mean by that is there's like barbarian berserker priest, nobleman priest, outlaw priest, pacifist priest, peasant priest, prophet priest, savage priest, scholar priest. And they all have their own little perks and downfalls. Or you can play just without a kit and just be a regular run-of-the-mill cleric.
Probably just a cleric, or maybe a war cleric, but I just do cleric fighter then.
Oh, you want a multi-class?
Yeah, I'm trying to bring something beneficial to the group for these guys. Kind of be a tank / healer.
There's NPCs they use as tanks.
Do they?
Yeah. I don't think any one of them is. Well, one of them has a really, really good armor class, actually. But I don't think any of them are particularly heroic just because they're NPCs. Player's Handbook.
It's been a while. I'll just do straight up cleric. That works.
The half-elf multi-class list is cleric fighter, druid fighter, cleric fighter mage, druid fighter mage, cleric ranger, druid ranger, cleric mage, druid mage, fighter mage, fighter thief, and fighter mage thief. Oh, and mage thief. Druid fighter mage. Wow.
Druid fighter mage?
Yeah.
That actually sounds kind of cool.
Yeah.
The class, dual class. FL, fighter
I don't.
cleric, fighter thief, fighter mage, cleric ranger, cleric
You would have to
mage,
put
druid
that
mage.
15 in charisma to be a druid. Player's Handbook, classes, priest, cleric. Or, sorry, druid, not cleric. Jeez. They have to have wisdom 12 and charisma 15. You got the 12 and 15. And then you'd have to have at least a 9 in intelligence and strength, which you've got. Yep, you can do that multi-class combination. 15, 12. Yep. So you could be a druid fighter mage if you wanted.
Druid fighter mage. That sounds really tempting.
You'd have shit for armor because of the mage. But if you learn the armor spell at level 1, that's like wearing hide armor. Gives you AC 6 until you take a certain amount of damage.
Increases characters.
And then as a druid, you could have a wooden shield, which costs just as much as a metal shield.
Least experience. Primer corset increases loud, cleric similar.
And then as a multi-class warrior, you couldn't specialize in a weapon, but you could expertise. Your weapons... Oh yeah, as part fighter, you have access to all the weapons too. Oh man.
It's really tempting. You're you're making it sound very tempting to take that. Because druids still get access to some of the heal spells in 2E, right?
I thought druids had major access to healing. Let me check. So, player's handbook, classes, and priest,
Spells.
druid. Spells allowed, druid. Druids do not have the same range of spells as clerics. They have major access to the following spheres: all animal, elemental, healing, plant, and weather. They have minor access to the divination sphere. So yeah, they have major access to healing. So you can get the heal spell as a druid.
Fighter. I don't want the mage though.
Oh, you don't want mage?
No,
So
that's
just fighter
just
druid?
yeah. That sounds if that can be doable, that sounds really cool.
I'm pretty sure that's one of the classes. Let's see. Races, half elf. Yeah, that's the first one. Cleric or druid slash fighter. So cleric fighter, druid fighter.
Let's do that then. Fighter druid. That sounds really cool.
Yeah. And as a fighter, as part fighter, you're not limited to druid weapons. You're still limited to druid wooden shields though, which sucks because wooden shields can't be magical. You'll never find a magical shield that you could use. And your
Hmm.
shield could catch on fire and all that. So you might want to bring like extra shields. And then druids can't use scrolls or magic books.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Anything that's made of paper they can't use.
That's very limiting.
Yeah.
Screw it. I'm just gonna stay cleric. That I know the class well.
Just cleric or cleric fighter?
Just cleric. Straight cleric.
Okay.
I'll be
So
the healer.
as cleric, you are limited to bludgeoning only weapons.
Bludgeoning weapons.
You
Yeah.
can wear any armor and use any shield. And there are a bunch of magic items that work for priests only that you can use. So now we've got your stats. 13, 12, 15, 10, 12, 9. Okay. 12, 15, 10, 13. 9, 12. All right. Now we need to choose a god. So, do you want a human god or an elven god?
Um.
By the way, this will probably determine where you're from in the world.
You
So,
limit which pantheons are available.
yeah. So, the Seldarine, which is the elven gods. Fine, Seldarine. Right.
Is there a 2E deities and demigods? I don't remember.
2E has a book called Monster Mythology. elven gods are demi-humans, elves, page 21. Okay, so there's Corellon the Wraithian, which is kind of like the
He's the chief deity.
yeah, he or she, because it's kind of like an androgynous god.
Yes.
And then there's Sehanine Moonbow, which is kind of like Corellon's girlfriend, whether it's lesbian or straight relationship is kind of ambiguous because of Corellon's ambiguous sex. There's Airdrie Fania, Erevan Illicir, Fenmar Mesterine, Hanali Selenil, Labeles Enereth, Solanor Selandra, and then there's a hero named Laferalin who doesn't have a priesthood. But the
Is
portfolios. Go ahead.
Is the trying to think of her name.
Lolth?
Not Lolth, the other one. I want to say
So the drow gods are different.
It's not the evil one. It's the other. It's Lolth.
Alright, so the drow gods are Lolth, Kier Anseli, Veyrun, Zinzarina, and that's it.
That's it?
Yep. All the other ones are Forgotten Realms only.
Okay. Like, that's probably who I'm thinking of. Salute. Starts with an S, I think.
Saloon? Yeah, that's
right.
that's the Forgotten Realms goddess of the moon or something like that.
Yeah, I'll just do Corellon.
Okay. When you write Corellon's name in, put if you could put brackets around it. Brackets look like this. I'll type them in chat. You see that? So there's the left bracket and right bracket.
Okay.
And what that will do is it's going to create a link to Corellon's handout. And I'm going to give you access to it. And then when you're done, just
write that in at
your religion. Religion.
Kid.
Oh, you got to go back to your bio and info tab.
Edit.
Yeah, edit. Yeah.
Okay. Religion brackets. RRELN. That's right.
2 L's. Yeah, it's spelled like this. Corellon.
CORELLON.
Yeah. And then hit save when you're done.
Save.
Oh, you didn't put in the Wraithian. So you gotta put in.
Oh, we gotta have the full name.
Yeah. Otherwise, the link won't work because it uses the name of the handout to set up the link. Edit, save. Okay. I'm giving you access to the handout right now. All right. So does it appear to have? Does it appear in purple lettering with a line underneath it?
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead and click on that link, and it should pop up a handout
Yeah, it
for
did.
you.
Yeah.
Did? Okay. All right. So basically, you've mastered how to create links. In your bio, anytime you mention a proper noun, if you put links around it, um, I will create a handout for that proper noun. So proper nouns are names of people, places, and things. And
Okay.
as long as you get the spelling correct for a person, place, or thing that's already got a handout, um, I won't have to change anything. It'll be really easy for me. um, but in order for you to view the handout, I have to give you permission first. So I'll know to do that as long as it is in your bio, at least. And you can, update your bio as often as you want. All I require is a one paragraph bio during character creation. And that's what we'll do next. So now we know you worship Corlon the Wraithian. You're a half elf cleric who worships an elvish god, which probably means that you are from an elvish place. And I have the perfect place for you to be from. So for your homeland, if you could please write. What is the name? Let's see. Uh, Here is the name. Elistar.
Star.
And it is a high elf tree town. So just like the tree town in what is that? The Two Towers? No, that's the first one. It's the when they first meet. What's her name? The golden-haired female elf in Lord of the Rings trilogy. Um,
Oh, um, the what's her name?
Galadriel.
The
Galadriel
yes.
and her husband. I don't remember, but they live in a tree town, so this is very similar to that. Oh, you didn't put brackets around it.
Oh,
Okay, edit. Save changes, and now I open Elistar and give you permission. All right, go ahead and is Elistar a link on your page now?
yeah.
Okay, go ahead and click it, and it should open up the handout for Elistar. Which probably means that your liege is the king, and his name is Thessalim Herendil. So I'll type that in chat. And again, brackets around the whole thing. And I'll give you permission to read his bio. Okay, So if you click on, is it a link in your page?
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead and click on Theslim Herendil, and it should bring up his character sheet bio. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. We put Elistar in the wrong spot. I'm going to quickly... are you editing your character sheet right now?
No.
Okay, so, and you're not in the edit mode, right?
No.
Okay. So I just want to switch some things around real quick. So your race clan is High Elves of Elistar. Yeah, your race slash clan. So it's your race of elves. And your homeland is a
Is that Panoplia?
yeah, yep. So go ahead and type that in homeland. And that's the continent that you're from. And I'll give you access. Okay. Edit. Save changes. And I'll give you some time to kind of, read over these. That way you can come up with a little story on how you became an adventurer. All right, so if you click on Panoplia, it should bring up the handout for that. And actually, you should be from a very specific place in Panoplia called the Forever Forest. So what I'm going to do is copy that link and also put it in Homeland. And Forever Forest, I'll give you permission. And that should be about it. So you're obviously raised by your elven parent. Probably somewhat of an outcast, at least to certain people. Like, the nice elves of Elistar might have accepted you, but the very serious ones probably wrinkled their nose at you and maybe, you know, smacked you around a little bit when you were naughty growing up.
I'm so not good at doing bios.
So just going over these few handouts and character sheet, does anything look cool to you, or because you
I mean,
got
the forest is
access?
pretty cool. Lost their lives in the past wilderness of the trees. Central top. Who would be the else? Probably. Hmm. How do you how do you do the half side of the elf? I mean, does it matter?
The half side of the elf. So, your human parent um, could
Does
have
does
been
it does it have to be human?
yes.
Okay.
Half elves are always um, well, no, actually, you're correct. So, a half elf has a human somewhere in their ancestry. So it could have been one of your parents, could have been a grandparent, great grandparent, yada yada yada. But forever after, all of those descendants are half elves. But
Okay.
since you were raised in Elistar, it's probably one of your parents. And sometimes humans aren't so nice to elves. So a lot of the time, it's the result of a sexual assault between a human male and a female elf. Like a female elf might get separated from, maybe wander out in the woods and, there's a rapey man there. That's up to you. You don't have to go into subject matter that's that real if you don't want to. It could have been a love relationship like in Lord of the Rings where you had a male human and a female elf fall in love and uh, maybe your dad got really fucking old maybe they got married. Your dad got really old and like almost on his deathbed just decided maybe to knock up your mom. And so, he dies of old age during the pregnancy and you're alive. Something like that is possible. Um, your dad could still be alive and be a young man, at least 18 years older than yourself, so maybe 39 ish. He could be somebody important. Um, there is a human settlement nearby called the city state of Gronar, which is kind of like a. Mm, it's kind of like Rome, but in a setting that's similar to Brooklyn, New York. Kind of like a little Italy situation. The people kind of talk like this, and they're kind of rough, and everything's kind of like kind of modeled after Rome. So you got your senators, they kind of run everything. You got a better business bureau type of organization. We just call it the guild. There's only one guild, and it's like a better business bureau. And anytime anyone has any complaints about any businesses, they go through there. But everybody knows, on the street level, everybody knows the real guy in charge is the boss. He's kind of like a Godfather type of personality. He's a direct descendant of old monarchs. And everybody knows he's got royal blood. But he's not the king because we're a democracy. You know? You know what I'm saying?
Does it matter what guild the I'm picking my father, I guess. Does it matter what guild he would have been a master of?
Well, there is the guild.
Just
There
the
is
guild?
only one guild, yes, in Gronar. Um, Mainly because I didn't want to complicate things. Okay, so lore Gronar and the guild. All right. Edit. Rust changes and show to players. Okay. The guild is comprised of all the major business owners in Gronar. The guild was originally set up as a series of companies specifically created to launder money for Francesco Gambino, the boss. The boss's father, who was a famous brigand in the city-state of Gronar. Since Francesco's untimely demise at the hands of the Iron Star Mercenary Company, the guild has since become a legitimate business organization run by the boss after he betrayed his brothers to Linus Ironstar in a plea bargain. So you could be the boss's son, which would mean your last name is Gambino. The guild remains on good terms with the Gronar Senate, the IMC, which is the Iron Star Mercenary Company, and the people of Gronar as a kind of better business bureau, money changers, and tax collectors for the Senate. The guild sets the gold standard in merchandise for the city-state of Gronar and regulates pricing for all commercial goods and services, thus regulating the economy of Gronar, preventing any one business from obtaining a monopoly in any one industry. Yeah.
Is Gronar the human city?
Yeah, the city-state of Gronar is a human city. It's the one that's closest to where you're from.
God, I don't know. My bio sucks right now. I've got one line.
Yeah. Could you hit save so I can see the line? And then hit edit again?
Sure, it's just... This is where I've gotten so far.
Raised in Ellistar with my father.
Oops, cancel. I could make my mother the guildmaster then.
No, the guildmaster is the boss. He is a male.
Has to be the boss. Okay.
Yeah, that is
Okay,
that's in the lore. So you can switch from guildmaster to something else if you want. Local officials, jewelers, sages, senior officers, minor nobles, banners, barons, guildmasters, herbalists, historians, armorers, wealthy merchants, astronomers, major landowners, navigators, weaponsmiths, composers, scholars, minor military commanders, nobles.
You have like hidden nobles?
Well, the boss is kind of a hidden noble. He's like the direct descendant of the old king of Gronar. So he's like the last Gambino. That was the king's name, his family name. Anyways,
Gambino. Would that change my lineage and pattern then?
Changing what would change that?
If I keep Guildmaster, and then my family name would be the Gambino family.
Yeah.
Would then my
patron
makes you... really be the boss, not the king?
You mean your dad? Or there's a difference between patron and dad.
No. Yeah, I know. But they could both be one and the same, essentially.
Well, your patron is Theslam Herendil, because you grew up in Ellistar. Theslam Herendil is the king of Ellistar. We've already established that. Or you could change where you grew up if you want to grow up on the streets of Gronar as, the boss's bastard son. You could have a completely different outlook on life.
That fits. I like
Okay.
that.
You like that? All
Yeah.
right. So, change race clan to um. Well, actually, don't change it. Add
I could still be a high
high elves of
elf.
Elistar, and the men of uh, Gronar. And Gronar is spelled Gronar. But your homeland is not going to be Forever Forest of Panoplia. It's now going to be Gronar in Panoplia. So I'm going to take away Forever Forest. And I'm taking away Cecilum. And
Ambino, right?
yeah, for your family name. And your liege slash patron is now the leader of Gronar, which is the political leader of Gronar. You could have either one, actually. You could have your dad, the boss, or the political leader of Gronar. It's your choice.
I like the bastard offspring of the boss.
So your liege patron is the boss. So hopefully you're changing that right now.
Yes.
Okay, so you see how those brackets are still a link? That means there's still a link to the old stuff. So you have to delete those purple brackets and put new brackets in. The boss. Everything goes through the boss. If you don't know who the boss is, you don't know nothing. The boss is the one that's in charge. Alright. So I'm giving you access to the boss. Okay. In players' journals, all players. Shouldn't be all players. It should be each player. Because they all have met him. Well, that's not true. I don't think Shandrak has met him. Okay. Alright, so this is the boss. That's your dad. And he is kind of like the Godfather. Not a very good guy, but not a bad guy. Like he's the people's hero. And they all know who he's descended from. His religion is Hades. Okay, and then you need access to Gronar. So that looks like this. And growing up in Elistar would be kind of weird to worship Corlon the Racian, but maybe
Get that from my mom.
Yeah, maybe she has visitation or something. Oh, your mom raised you in Gronar. Okay.
Yeah. Taught me the Elvish ways.
Yeah. And maybe, what's your relationship like with your dad? Like, because he's not like, he has other bastard children too.
Yeah, he wouldn't be involved, but would probably know that I at least exist. You know, maybe some kind of like rough. I could see him kind of being like
brings over some kind of present on Christmas and then never see him the rest of the year.
Yeah, kind of. But like, say I got caught stealing or something on the street. Like he may have
pull some strings.
Yeah, kind of keep me out of trouble, but you know, not really like doing anything to keep me out of trouble, if that makes sense. Like, kind of a rough. I could see him being kind of like a rough hand or hard hand. Just from trying to think of the boss as.
So you have two siblings, which are other bastard children of your mother's, but not the boss? Or did she remarry after she had you?
I could see that being. She's
because there are half elves that live in the city-state of Gronar. Because there have been dalliances between the men of Gronar and elves of Elistar too.
I can make the two known siblings, other not from my mom, other bastard children of his that I know they're my siblings because of this, but not we're not close. If that makes sense, kind of like not like a family relationship, more like a cordial relationship, like step siblings or something. You have my mother.
Like you weren't raised in the same household or something?
Yeah.
Oh. Where were they raised at? Because he didn't raise anybody.
I know. They would have been raised with their mother. They could be.
Okay, gotcha.
Like other. They're my siblings because we share the same father, quote unquote, here.
Yeah.
But they're from two different other women. I'll say that too.
Okay. Yeah. Well, in that case, you're gonna have to bump that number up quite a bit because he has a lot of bastard children.
Does he really?
Yeah.
But would I know that? Is that just common knowledge?
Maybe you only know of two. Yeah. So let's see. Which two would you know of? So he has like 7 sons. other than you.
Guy sounds like Genghis Khan.
Yeah, I mean he's like a he's like a pimp daddy. And the scum people love him, just fucking love him. And then the business owners, he's the guy that walks down the street, and the guy selling apples tosses him an apple, right? Just like in the movies with The Godfather. That's him. He's the real one who runs shit. And it's not law enforcement. It's not, he has the loyalty of the people, not the Senate. NPCs, where to go? Come on. NPCs. Calamar followers. Okay, so you have an illegitimate brother named Silvestro DiMaggio, Valerio Ferrari, Mario Ruffalo, Fausto Corleone, Garibaldi Aurelius. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, five brothers. So 2 of them you know of. Do you want to know Garibaldi, Fausto, Mario, Valerio, or Silvestro? I think Silvestro is the oldest. He is 22.
Silvestro?
Yeah, Silvestro DiMaggio.
Silvestro?
Yeah, and then DiMaggio is Dimaggio. And then there's Valerio Ferrari, Mario Ruffalo, Fausto Corleone, and Garibaldi Aurelius. I think Garibaldi is the youngest. He is a thug. Fausto, these might all be thugs actually. Yeah, Fausto's a thug. Mario
Silvestro DiMaggio
is a thug. Valerio Ferrari is a soldier. His kit technically is thug. He was in the Iron Star Mercenary Company.
Let's go Valerio then. ValErio. Erio.
And then Ferrari, just like the car. Ferrari.
Ferrari.
So I think those are the 2 oldest. Pretty sure. Valerio is 20. Mario is 19. Fausto is 20. Garibaldi is 17. And he looks exactly like the boss, too. Like a young version of him.
How's that so far?
Pretty good. Both of these characters are followers of another character named Calamar. He's a dark elf.
Oh.
So they're in his thief guild, basically. So Calamar, Kalatza, and I did not name this character. He's a dark elf thief mage, and most of your brothers are his followers. They're thugs in his gang, basically. And they don't live in Gronar. They live way far to the west in Enervia City, and I'll spell that for you. And we know who your dad is. So anything about your mom you can make up, because I have nothing about your mom. She could be an adventurer that met the boss while she was adventuring. She could be a high level piece, NPC that's important in the city, like a 20th level wizard if you want. It doesn't matter to me. She could be a high level member of the Iron Star Mercenary Company. Like maybe she's a sniper or something.
Um.
Because guns exist. They're not very
Oh,
common, but they exist. But the Iron Star Mercenary Company, like all of them use guns, except for the leader. The leader's an old school character. He's a two-handed sword grandmaster or something like that.
um, or known uses. Um, Mage sounds kind of cool. Rather her. Make her. Arcane abilities.
What kind of weapon are you going to use as a cleric? Or weapons?
Mm, either a mace or warhammer. Could you? I mean, I don't as a.
A big mace or a mace you can use on horseback? They're both
Probably
one-handed.
not super strong. Are they both D8 or does it matter?
The big one. Uh, I don't even think the big one's a D8. Let me check. Gear and equipment. The big one is D6 plus 1, D6. So D6 plus 1 to medium creatures, and D6 to large creatures. And then the horseman's one, which is smaller and you can throw it, is D6, D4. Can't throw it very far though. Wow, it's 2, 3, 4 is the range, and that's in squares. So short range is 2 squares, medium range is 3, long range is 4. Can't throw it very far.
I'll plan on throwing my weapon. Probably, I don't know, probably the big one, and probably a shield.
Okay.
Unless eventually I can do a wield at some point. As a straight cleric, I don't.
Yeah, I don't think priests.
Can I pick up a second class later on?
Only by wish.
Okay.
Because in order to, the only race that can switch classes is humans. It's called dual classing.
Yep.
And you have to have 17s in the prime requisite of the class you're switching to, and 15s in the prime requisite of the class you're switching out of. So you have to be kind of good at both of them. Which you have the 15 to switch out of the class right now. But you don't have any 17s where you can switch into another class. So even if you switched over to human, it wouldn't make any difference. But you can raise your stats with wishes. And it's kind of complicated the way that works, but it's 1 wish per stat point until you hit 16. And then it goes to 10 wishes per stat point up to like 20 or something. And then it's like 20 wishes per stat point up to 25. Something weird like that. The Warhammer, you can also throw that. Let's see. I think that's under hammer.
I'm limited to bludgeoning, right? That's just straight clear.
Yep. Yeah, the Warhammer has kind of a longer range. It's 246. It's a little bit more aerodynamic, I guess. But it only does D4 plus 1 to medium creatures and D4 to large creatures. So it's probably one of the weakest weapons out there. It is pretty fast, though. It has a speed of 4, which is faster than swords. Most swords have a speed of 5. I think the main beauty of the Warhammer is the fact that you can throw it with a range of 246. So I've got. I can actually get some pretty cool mace. Were you gonna use a shield?
Yeah.
Okay.
Most definitely get that extra AC bonus. Are there any limitations on armor or no?
Nope. You can use any shield, any armor.
I was thinking Cleric Thief would fit really well, but I don't know if I want to throw in another one.
Oh yeah, there's that one. This guy. This guy. This guy. And this guy. Alright, you got several tokens to choose from. It looks like a couple of them have their helmet off, and they have like blonde hair. This guy has blonde hair, this guy, and this guy. So these ones are all wearing helmets. I could have sworn there was more. Let's see.
Put the one right in the middle. The helmet.
This one right here?
Yeah.
Okay. There's some more too that I can find before you really settle on one. Okay, that guy's already here. Excuse me. So you've got your bio down.
Yeah, just a second. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Pretty basic right now. Used to rolling the bio.
Rolling bios. Wow.
Yeah,
Interesting.
use character creation. Heroes of Legend.
Huh. Yeah, I suppose that's good if your DM doesn't really have a world.
You know, it would fit, and he would either tweak it, or it usually worked out. Like it gave people some very, like, you could get totally crap, and or somewhere in there something you rolled really well and something really cool happened, or he did a really good job of using it and then making it work. I don't know, it was pretty cool, but it gave you a good, like, early life, your middle life, and kind of your early adulthood of different things happening.
Yeah.
I think, like, one of mine, I was born with like a full moon, and um, it was like something special happened, like when I'm full moon, and then, or one of mine was born with a curse,
Mm.
and this old hag cursed me, and it made. I'm trying to think. I think that was my dwarf barbarian. Like it gave me. Man, it's been so long. I don't even think I have my old character sheets anymore. Just a bunch of different random stuff could happen, or it could be completely boring, or nothing special happened. I don't know. I say most of my characters were like bastard children, usually.
Mm. So I'm just getting a few more tokens for you to choose from real quick.
My real name is Joe, by the way.
Okay, you can put that on your character sheet as a player name. My name's Josh. I just have two more to do before I can upload them. This is going to be... See, I could show you how to do your spell list.
Abilities.
Or did you, Yeah, that's a good enough bio. Yeah. That's all you need is a paragraph. That's it. Okay, and then, so for your spells, if you, open up this priest handout from your bio, it will show you, you have, let's see, what, 15 wisdom. So if you scroll down to pre-spell progression, you see level 1, you have one level 1 spell, but if you scroll down to the wisdom table at 15, you have, and it's cumulative,
2 extra firsts.
2 extra firsts and 1 second when you can cast second level spells. So at level 1, essentially you have 3 first level slots open. So if you click on character sheet tab, and then down below announcements, it shows 3 sub tabs. There's character sheet, spells, and monster sheet. If you open up the spells sub tab under character sheet, where it says pre-spells available, and where it says 1 or level 1, you'd put 3. Okay, and then pre-spheres allowed. So the cleric has major access to every player's handbook sphere, except for weather. You have no access to weather. You have no access to plant. And then you have minor access to elemental. And even then, it's only fire and earth. You have no access to water or wind. Pretty sure that's how it works. So you don't have access to numbers, thought, time, travelers, wards. I think you do have major access to. No, you don't. You don't have any access to war. That's the Crusader class. So you have major access to all. Oh yeah, you don't have access to animal. So you have none. Astral, major. Chaos, none. Charm, you have major. Combat, you have major. Creation,
Chaos
you have
is none.
Chaos is none. Yeah, you have to be. What is it? I think that is also the Crusader class. Combat's major, creation is major, divination major, elemental minor, guardian major, healing major, law none, necromantic major, numbers none, plant none, protection major, summoning major, sun major, thought none, time none, travelers none, war none, wards none, weather none. Okay. So with no access, you can't cast any of the spells. Minor access, you have access to levels 1 through 3 of the spells, and that's it. It ends at 3rd level. Major access, you can go all the way up to whatever your maximum is for your wisdom. So your wisdom is 15. So at 15, you can go up to 5th level spells. So that's when you reach like level 11 or something, or 9. Let's see, 5th level. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, level 9. At level 9, you get 5th level spells.
Okay.
And then to go any higher than that, you're going to have to raise your wisdom somehow. So to get level 6 spells, you have to have 17 or greater wisdom. And then 18 or greater wisdom gets you 7th level spells. Sorry. 17 wisdom gets you 6th level spells. 18 wisdom gets you 7th level spells, yeah. And of course, a bunch more, free spell slots.
Yep.
As you can see. First, second, third, fourth. All right. So for first level, some really important spells are obviously Cure Light Wounds in order to keep yourself alive. There's a spell called Orison that lasts for I think it might be your level in rounds. Spells and powers. Priest. 1. Orison. Level 1 cleric. Okay, at level 1 you can cast 4 Orisons, but the duration is only 1 round each. So there is actually a healing Orison that heals 1 health. And so at level 1, what that means is you'd be able to heal yourself once per round for 1 health. Or someone else. And 4 times with 1 casting of Orison.
Is that in a book?
Yeah, that's let's see. Find Orison. It is in Player's Option, Spells and Magic. Do you have access to Purple Worm?
Think so. I don't know.
Okay, so I'll give you the link. I'm going to send it in a direct message. On Discord. So that's a link to Purple Worm. It is a database of most of the core rules for 2nd edition. The only thing it's missing is the Humanoid's Handbook and the Ninja's Handbook.
You said skills and powers or spells and magic?
Spells and Magic. And if you go down to Appendix 4, Pre-Spells by Sphere. Oh, okay. That doesn't take you to the spell. You'd have to go to Appendix 2, New Pre-Spells, and then 1st level spells. And there it is, Orison. But I have it in the game in a template already.
Now, how do you do your spells? Like, do I need to prepare them, say, after a long rest or whatever,
Yeah.
and pick them every day?
Yes.
Okay.
You you pick the ones with you replace the empty slots every day. So if there's a spell you didn't cast, you don't have to pray for it again.
Yeah.
And then in order to replace a spell that you don't want, you have to cast it first. And but um, in this game, we don't use material components.
Okay, we didn't either.
Yeah. So
Ours was a little bit different. We were able to, like, we could prepare spells and kind of make a list, but like as we got higher level, so say I was able to cast 5 first level spells, I was limited to that. It could be 5 cure light wounds. It didn't matter whether I kind of had it prepared or not. I was able to cast whatever, you know. We just kept. It was more like keeping track of how many spells in that level we were able to cast. So,
yeah,
but I've done it both ways too. So,
yeah,
um, this is an interesting spell.
yeah. It has a lot of different purposes. It can be used to cure like fear effects and all kinds of stuff. It's very multi-purpose. It's a great spell for an actual level 1 cleric. Mostly because, it has a minimum amount of health that you can heal that's higher than 1, Cure Light Wounds is 1 to 8, so you can end up, you can roll 8 or you can roll 1. It's all. But Orison, you can heal 4 times 1 hit point each, and it doesn't have to be the same target. It could be multiple targets, you and other people. So you're guaranteed at least 4 at level 1, and I think it just goes up from there. And then there's like a detect magic aspect to it as well. It's not as strong as detect magic, but it's kind of in some ways more useful because I think it shows you what is magic. Like you can actually see the magic. I'd have to read it. Magic sense. If there is a persistent spell effect or magic item within 10 yards, the priest feels a recognizable tingle or sensation of some kind. Oh, okay. He has no way to determine what item or spell may have caused the reaction. Okay, never mind. It's less powerful than detect magic. It is within 10 yards, though. 30 feet is no joke. That's 6 combat squares. So you would
How do I pick them?
You don't have to pick the individual orisons. You just cast them at the time of casting. And
how do I add these to my book? I guess.
okay. So in the character sheet tab, spells sub tab.
Spell book.
Yeah, hide your wizard spells. And then where it says spell book, you add a line. And then the name of the spell would be Orison. So there's a button on the left that lets you add lines. And you're going to need one for each of your slots. So you got 3 level 1 spell slots. If you wanted to make all 3 of them Orison, it would look like this. And then as you cast them, you X the little box next to it, or you check the box.
Okay.
Okay. And then to actually cast it, you can't in one round. You cannot move and cast unless you're on a vehicle. And it can't be a mount. There's a difference between a mount and a vehicle. A vehicle is a machine or like non-living apparatus. So a cart, carriage, chariot, sailboat, glider, spaceship, those are all vehicles. And you have to be strapped in or secured somehow. Like someone has to tie you to the mast of the ship or hold you to the mast of the ship with their own body. Like you have to be steady. The howdah on the back of an elephant is a vehicle because it's a non-living apparatus. So you can move and cast when you're on a vehicle. Otherwise, you have to stand still and just stand there.
Okay.
And because it takes such concentration as to, you can't move. You begin casting at segment 0 or whatever, and you finish casting when your initiative comes up. So if someone hits you before your initiative on a round during which you're casting, the spell fizzles. It's removed from your memory as though you had cast it, and the spell does not take effect. So those are the rules for slotted spells. There are also what are known as innate spell-like abilities. You can get those by being certain races, like Drow can cast like Fairy Fire and like Darkness and Dispel Magic once per day or whatever. Those are innate spell-like abilities, and they can move while they're casting them. And furthermore, there's no components to innate spell-like abilities. They just cast them. There's no casting time. The speed on an innate spell-like ability is always 3, no matter what spell it is or what spell effect. You can also get innate spell-like abilities from magical items, like the Eye of Vecna lets you cast. I'm sure it lets you cast Animate Dead at least once a day, stuff like that. And then priests sometimes they are granted spell-like abilities as granted powers. You, however, chose cleric, so your granted powers are turn undead, obviously, and that's it. You only get one granted power as a cleric. You get a fuckload of spells, though, which is nice. Or not spells, but variety of spells. And the two most important ones for priests, the spheres, you get major access to, which is necromantic and healing. So that's like your main benefit. Clerics are always. Go ahead.
Do you do the, as far as necromantic, so cure light wounds? Do you do the reverse of that, which would be harm or whatever? Like if I grab it to an enemy, not instead of healing them, I'm doing the reverse of cure light. It's not cure. It's
if you do that too many times, it'll slide your alignment towards evil. You can do that because you're a cleric. So it's in your it's within your power to do that. You have to memorize that spell in that way, though. So heal turns to harm. Raise dead turns to slay living. Resurrection turns to destruction. All that stuff. And
you have to memorize it that way.
You have to memorize it that way, and doing it too much or too powerful of a spell, or doing it too often, is going to slide your alignment because it's an evil act to use the reversed forms of healing and necromantic spells, and also black necromancy is an evil act. So like animate dead, you have access to it as a cleric because you have major access to necromantic spells. But you're creating undead by manipulating the negative energy plane, which is closely linked to darkness and evil and negative energy, soul sapping, undeath stuff. So you'd be dabbling with like basically lich magic, and doing it too much, too often, too powerful is gonna kind of screw with your character a little bit.
Okay.
So you might have to atone just for using it even one time. Because it was an evil act, and then after, like, if you haven't atoned and you do it again, it might start sliding your character from good to neutral. And if you don't atone for stuff too, it starts fucking with your spells and granted powers. Like, first thing that goes is I think it's supposed to be your granted powers that go first, starting with the lowest one. You only have one, which is turn undead. And then I gotta start taking away spell levels starting with the lowest one, which is level 1. And you only have level 1 spells right now. So if you did, say, cause light wounds 2 or 3 times without atoning, your character would probably slide towards evil. You wouldn't be able to cast any spells, and you wouldn't have any granted powers. Pretty much Coralon the Wraithian would more than likely hate your guts at that point. And you might want to find a different, priesthood to join or whatever as a cleric. I mean, you can still atone even after all of that, but penalties would be really fucking high. Like, you might have to go slay the high priest of an evil deity at that point to atone, and have to do all kinds
of... I guess they, whatever, him, Coralon is chaotic.
Yeah.
I think he's
chaotic good. Chaotic good.
Is it good? Okay.
Yeah, click on your thing, it should say. Pretty sure his religion accepts clerics too.
Fighter. Oh, he should be. He's a level 10 priest.
Yeah, he's chaotic good. His worshipper's alignment is chaotic good. Or any non-evil elves, which is you. His area of control is magic, arts and crafts, music, and war. And his symbol is the crescent moon.
Okay. All right.
And then... yeah, you can be a cleric of any god. His religion also accepts shamans. They're limited to level 7, though. It's funny. And he himself is a greater god, so you, even if you got... Okay, so let me explain something real quick. Lesser gods Their spells only go up to like level 3. Intermediate gods, their spells go up to level 5. And then it takes greater gods to go up to level 7.
Okay.
So luckily, he is a greater god. So since you're a cleric of him, you can get 7th level spells from him. You just have to raise your wisdom high enough, which is kind of like a reflection of your faith or whatever, like the strength of your faith in your god.
Coralon
So,
was the the primary god on our old world. Like it was, our world
oh,
was known as Lesser Lorethian.
oh,
I never did have a follower of him though.
yeah,
This is the first. I did a lot of Egyptian and dwarf deities and things like that.
huh,
My primary character was Anubis. He was a. It was interesting. He was started out as a paladin and was very selfish and fell from a paladin to just being a cavalier and was still very selfish and ended up being reduced again to just being by the time I was 5th level I was just a normal fighter
yeah,
and was able to change some and work my way back to being a paladin, but he was an anti-paladin. He was not evil but not good either.
right,
Ended up he was a badass.
yeah,
I think I hit 21 or 22. I don't remember what I had with him.
that's pretty good.
Yeah, he was he was stupid strong, like really strong.
Yeah, that is the point in this game. At that point, if you were a warrior that reached 20th level, you'd probably be the king of a country. Like
Yeah,
you would have a
I
lot of power.
I had a castle. I had 10,000 warriors I could summon. I had a dragon. Um, yeah, he was. We all were stupid strong. Like, and the guy we were fighting was almost like basically a god. He was a human wizard that kept coming back. Essentially, we couldn't kill him. It wasn't a lich, but just had these massive magic items. One granted him 10 levels, so he was a 32nd level wizard with this magic item that granted him 10 levels, so he was a 42nd level wizard.
Mm-hmm.
Stupid strong. And we could not get rid of him. He kept coming back.
Right.
That was Cardiff.
Okay. So I've got some more tokens for you to choose from. I'm going to upload them right now onto the VTT. VTT stands for Virtual Tabletop.
Oh, cool. I can open that in another window.
Yeah. Some of these are going to look similar to the others, but with bigger weapons. So you got this guy. So this guy's probably got the horseman's mace, and then this is the footman's mace, and then this is the horseman's mace for that. And this is the footman's mace for that. And then you got this guy with his helmet off. And this is kind of like almost the same guy, but with the helmet on. And then this guy has a flange mace here. Probably the horseman's version. And then this would be like the footman's version of the flange mace. And then here's like a more of a Morning Star version of it. Okay. So any of those ones?
Other than the blonde hair, I like that one carrying the big ass mace.
This one here?
The red one.
This one here?
Yeah.
Okay. Flip vertical, flip horizontal. Fenmar. HP. Base speed. AC. Dynamic lighting on. Night vision on 60 feet. Red tint. Save settings. You select a token. And then I'll let you find your own avatar picture for the character.
Okay.
Did I get the right token? It was this one?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll just delete this old Fenmar and the rest of these tokens over here. So that's the one you like. You can see a full screen version of it by clicking on the three dots and then click on full screen. It's kind of pixelated though.
Yeah.
Cool, it's got blood on it. I didn't notice that before. That's awesome. It's a big ass bloody flange mace. So you see the stick thing coming off of the token when you select it? Should be a blue box around you.
Yeah.
And then you got a stick.
Rotate.
Yeah, so that stick represents your face.
Okay.
And so if you get attacked from different directions, it actually matters. So I'll plug in. Okay, so we know what level. Gain. Cleric. Level 2. At like 2200 or something like that. Priest. Priest 2 is 1500. Okay. Mm-hmm. Alright, I guess we can do your equipment now that we've done your spells. Actually, why don't we do your proficiencies first? So, level 1 cleric starts with 2 weapon slots. and they have to be bludgeoning weapons unless you want to commit a sin, which you can at level 1. If you become proficient with a non-bludgeoning weapon, you'll basically start the game needing to atone. But, you can use your longsword or whatever. And then every time you use it, it's going to be, a sin because it's outside your ethos. So you need to atone every time you use it. You can do it if you want to. I don't recommend it. What I would recommend is so there's two different kinds of maces. You got footman's mace and horseman's mace. So you have to choose which one you want to be proficient with. I would recommend going with footman's mace proficiency and shield proficiency. What shield proficiency does is it raises the AC bonus of your shield, depending on which shield you use. And the cool thing about it is one proficiency does all of the shields, so you don't really have to worry about it. With a medium shield, it raises your armor class by 4 instead of 1. You get 3 bonus. Or wait, no. Is it 3? Let me look it up on Combat and Tactics. Weapon specialization. Special talents.
Combat and tactics.
So this is called shield proficiency. There we go. By spending a weapon proficiency, characters can become more skilled in the use of their shield. Modern reenactments of medieval tournaments have demonstrated that the shield is a very important part of a warrior's protection. The extra protection conferred by the shield varies by the exact type the character becomes proficient in. Oh, you do have to be specific. Wow. Okay. The number of attackers is the maximum number of times the shield bonus can be used in a single round by the character. Normally, shields can only be used against enemies in the character's front spaces or in the flank spaces on the character's shield side. Okay, so normal AC bonus for a buckler is +1. And you can only use it to defend yourself once per round. With buckler proficiency, it turns to +2, and you can still only use it once per round in the spaces directly in front of you. Yeah, attackers in the spaces directly in front of you. Small shield, the normal AC bonus is +1. Proficient AC bonus is +2, so it becomes, +3 to your armor class.
It would either do medium or body.
Yeah, medium is the most efficient, in my opinion, because you can, as a medium creature, you can use a medium shield while you're mounted. And the medium shield normal AC bonus is +1. The proficient AC bonus is an additional +3, so you get 4 AC points instead of 1. And you can use it against 3 attackers, including
+3.
including attackers on your shielded flank side. So you actually get a shielded flank if you use a medium shield, which is nice. And then body shield gives you 2 shielded flanks. And then the normal AC bonus for a body shield is +1, +2 versus missiles. And the proficient AC bonus is +3, +4 versus missiles. So that turns your AC into +4, +6 versus missiles. And then number of attackers is 4. Number of attackers is the minimum number of times a shield can be used in a single round with a character. Shields will be used against enemies in the character's front space. Shields. I'm pretty sure the body shield gives you 2 flanked, shielded flanks. Like you're shielded on both your flanks. Maybe I'm wrong.
Normally, shields can be used against enemies in the character's front space or in the flank spaces on the character's shield side.
I think there is a diagram that shows it by shield.
If you have your shield on your back, does that count for back protection?
Yeah, but you don't get the proficiency bonus. It's just +1.
Unless you're wielding it.
Yeah, and then also it has to be strapped to you, and it makes it harder to fight that way. So it gives you a -2 to hit while you have a shield strapped to your back. Which for a warrior is usually nothing. I mean, but you're a cleric, so. Okay, and then clerics get, for their non-weapon slots, priests, that you get 4 slots plus your intelligence bonus, which is 2. So you get a total of 6 non-weapon slots, one of which has to be spent on your native language, and that language is up to you, because I mean it's usually the language of whatever parent raises you, but you know, living in Gronar, she would also know the common tongue. So either common or Elvish would be your primary tongue. And then because your mother is also, you know, Elvish, you would also have access to Elvish, and half-elves also have access to half-elves. Common, elf, gnome, halfling, goblin, hobgoblin, orc, and gnoll. That's what you have access to at first level. And between common and elf, you have to pick at least one. And you have to actually spend the slot.
On a non-weapons proficiency?
Yeah. Yeah, you have 6 slots. And you can only ever know 2 languages because of your intelligence.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. You don't have to pick both of them now, but you do have to pick one for your primary language. Oh, you already picked common, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm getting it in there.
Yep. Okay. So now you have 5 slots left. And some of the proficiencies cost more than one slot. So the ones you have available are from the general category and the ones from the priest category.
Where is there a list?
If you go into
Skills,
play,
combat and tactics, right? Or player's
uh,
handbook.
well, I guess the best list would be in skills and powers. Chapter 6, non-weapon proficiencies. Skills and powers is just below combat and tactics. So if you close the book, combat and tactics book, it'll be the one below it.
Yeah.
And it's going to be down near the bottom, table 45, non-weapon proficiency groups. And then just ignore the cost. I'll tell you the cost for anything. That's the cost in here is for character points. But what they did was any proficiency that costs one slot is 1 to 3 character points. And then any slots after that is 1 additional character point, I'm pretty sure. So engineering, since it costs 4 character points, it costs 2 slots. Actually, no, wait, that's bullshit because animal training and blacksmithing are 4 points, but they should only be 1 slot.
Iron Will. It says it takes up 2 slots. That
Is
leaves
that
me
under
with
priest?
Yeah, it's a warrior priest group.
You said it's Iron Will? Fine.
Yeah.
Iron
It's in my book. I hope it's the right version.
Oh, you're looking in combat and tactics. Look,
Yeah.
do you see the minimum level for that? It should be level 11. There's a prerequisite for it. It's called Eminence. Pretty sure. So that's not till way later.
Is it?
Did you look up table 45 in skills and powers?
Yeah, I've got skills and powers, table 45, non-weapons proficiency.
Yep.
Warrior. Wizard. Where is...
You are priest and general.
I'll keep it simple here. We'll go...
So general stuff is like swimming, horseback riding, fishing, stuff like that. And then priest is going to be your stuff that has to do with religion, like spellcraft, religion, reading, writing, local history, herbalism, healing.
Religion.
Healing costs 2. Religion costs 1. Reading and writing costs 1, but you have to be able to speak the language first. And it's for 1 language. So one slot per per language you can speak.
That's 5 total, right? And then healing's 2. That leaves me 3 religion. So I've got 2 left.
Yeah. Because you've spent 4 so far. Oh, no, you spent 5. You took Elvish. So you have 1 slot left.
Oh, that counts as a non-weapons.
Yep.
1, 2.
Healing is 2. Common and Elvish and religion are 1 each.
So I got 1 left, right?
Yep, 1. Spellcraft is usually pretty useful. Reading and writing is usually pretty useful. Herbalism is usually pretty useful, but that one costs 2 slots. And you can't save any of these slots up. You gotta spend them or lose them at level 1. When you gain levels, you can save them up though. The cool thing about herbalism is it gives you a bonus to healing. And then there's also an item you can buy that gives you another bonus to healing.
Spellcraft.
Okay,
No.
spellcraft is 1.
You unlock more, what is it? Third, you unlock 1 more? Or is it 5th level?
Let's see. For priests, they get a new slot every 3 levels. And a new weapon slot every 4 levels. And those are levels divisible by 3 and 4. So at 4th level, you'll get another weapon slot. At 3rd level, you get a
level
non-weapon.
3, then 6.
Yeah, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15.
Yeah.
And then you'll get more bonus slots if you raise your intelligence as well.
Yeah, I'm going to be trying to figure out how to get my stats up. Not used to that version we did. Rolled 3 20s per stat, taking the highest one.
Holy shit.
So yeah, you could start out, it was very rare, but you could start out with 19 or 20 strength.
Yeah. Yeah.
For certain characters, they were not limited on their stats. So usually the highest was 18.
Yeah, that's completely homebrewed. I never heard of that written in any book.
Yeah. Like usually our characters had one stat that was, really freaking good. So like if you were a cleric, you typically had like 17 or 18 wisdom.
Yeah. There is a 2nd level spell for priests called let's see, spells and magic, priest spells by sphere. I think it's all maybe it's combat. No, maybe summoning. Maybe it's necromantic. Restore strength. Man. I don't remember the name of this spell.
There's a first level spell called Stone Strength.
Yeah. Strength of Stone is pretty good.
Yeah, Strength of Stone. I took that one.
Yeah, there's a second level spell that it kind of blasts Strength of Stone out of the water. Astral Chaos Creation. New pre-spell, second level spells. Weird. Maybe it's in the Tome of Magic. Pre-spells, second level. Reality symbol. Draw upon Holy Might. That's it. Yeah, it's in the Tome of Magic. When this spell is cast, the priest's body shudders and glows with a shimmering aura as it becomes a vessel for the power of his god. As a result, the caster may choose to increase one ability score. Only Strength, Dexterity, Constitution, and Charisma are eligible by +1 per 3 levels of his experience. So +1 at 3rd level, +2 at 6th level, etc. Only one attribute may be increased. The effect lasts for the duration of the spell, which is 1 round per level. Attributes may be increased above the normal restrictions due to race and class to a maximum of +6. So at, what is that, 18th level it maxes out. All benefits for exceptional attributes listed in the player's handbook apply. However, the divine abilities found in the Legends and Lore book cannot be gained by use of this spell. For example, an 18th level priest with strength 15 could increase his strength to 21 for 18 rounds, granting him +4 attack bonus and +9 damage adjustment. When the spell ends, the energy abruptly leaves the priest's body, leaving him physically and mentally drained. He is nearly comatose and can do nothing but rest for the next 4d6 turns, which is a long time. That's 40 to 240 rounds or minutes. A successful constitution check at the priest's normal attribute score reduces this time by 50%. And then it goes into the material components, which we don't use. So that one's really, really strong.
Which one was that?
Draw upon Holy Might. And you can
okay.
You can use it for strength, dexterity, constitution, or charisma. And it's +1 per 3 levels. And that one we have a template for it. We also have Strength of Stone on template. And by template, I mean it's programmed into the game.
Okay.
Okay, so we've spent all of your slots, right?
Yep.
Now we know what you can use and what you can do. So now let's spend your money. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Clerics start the game with player's handbook, money and equipment. Starting money, table 43. Go ahead and roll me 3d6. Do you know how to do that on the tabletop?
Dice.
On the left, there's a dice tool. Yep, there you go. Okay, so, and then you take that, multiply by 10. So that's 100 GP you have to spend on your starting gear. I highly recommend getting a pack animal to help you carry your stuff, like a a donkey or a mule or something with a pack saddle. Um, because your weight allowance right now is 45 pounds. That's without being encumbered. You can carry 45 pounds.
Does that include my armor?
That includes everything that you're carrying, including your armor. It doesn't include your clothes, though. So your boots, your tunic or whatever, breeches, your drawers, your what's it called? Cloak. Your robe wouldn't include stuff like that.
Well, I gotta do
The most
weapon.
most expensive things are armor is expensive, and then swords and bows are expensive. Guns are expensive, which you can't use anyways. And then some of the mounts are expensive. Everything else is going to be pretty cheap, like a couple GPs.
Well, I gotta do a weapon, shield, and armor.
Yeah. I think. Let's see, the medium shield's probably going to be pretty cheap.
Base AC is 10, right?
Yeah, when you're naked.
Whatever I can get as far as the best armor.
Let's see.
If I can afford Elven Chain, I would love a set of that, but...
You wouldn't have access to it anyways. So this has the common cost for armors. Let's see, chainmail.
Footman's Mace is... Where's the gold cost? Wait.
Oh, it's broken down by time period. So this is Renaissance. So let's see. Player's option, combat and tactics, weapons and armor, weapon groups. Okay, we use the Renaissance version. For all these. I'm going to put weapon cost all the way at the bottom. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to put it... put it right after barding. Then I'll put weapon descriptions in the GM information. So I'm probably the only one that looks at it anyways. Okay. There we go. So it has changed. The weapon costs are at the very bottom of the handout now. Whoa. Oh.
Oh man, I can't afford armor.
Usually you can afford at least hide.
Oh, that's barding.
Footman's mace is only 8 GP.
Yeah, I've subtracted that out already.
And then splint mail is not available in your culture. Hide armor is probably your best bet.
That works. Leaves me armor weight.
So where it says full AC, that's that many points below 10.
Being naked. So
Below
6 points,
10.
right? Or 4
Below
points.
10.
Hide armor.
So
4 below, so that's
4
an
below
AC
10.
of 6.
Yeah. Yeah.
Plus my shield. Which is a bonus of 3.
It weighs 30 pounds. Wait, hide armor? Yeah, 30 pounds. And your shield... Medium shield weighs 7 pounds.
Yep. puts me over my weight.
Yeah. Being light encumbered just reduces your movement rate. It's when you get to moderate and heavier that it starts getting bad. At first, it's moderate encumbrance. It cuts your movement down to half, and you get like -1 to hit. And then, let's see, it's all built in. So the character sheet. Yeah, moderate encumbrance reduces your movement rate by half and gives you -1 to hit. Heavy encumbrance reduces your movement rate by 2/3 and gives you -2 to hit and an AC penalty of 1. So at that point, it's not even worth wearing the armor, you know, because you start getting AC penalties. And then with severe encumbrance, your movement rate is 1 automatically. And you get -4 to hit and an AC penalty of 3. So with 47 pounds, you're only lightly encumbered. All it does is reduce your movement rate to 8. And you don't have any penalties for fighting. And you can still, you know, run, jog, and do all that stuff. Let's see. You said you bought what kind? You bought hide armor.
Mm-hmm.
Hide armor. AC 6 and 30 pounds. AC 6, 30, LBS. Shield with proficiency. You bought a medium shield, right?
Mm-hmm.
AC -4 and 7 pounds, I think.
So I don't hit light encumbrance until 69 pounds.
So 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Your AC is 2. Surprise AC is 2. Shieldless AC is 6. I need to give you some abilities.
30% resistance to sleep and all charm.
Yeah, that's going to be built into a macro for half elves. Half elf. Racial abilities. Half elf. And then you also get turn undead. Okay, alright, I give you access to Gronar. Okay, you still have access to Elistar. And Panoplia. And the boss. And Coralon. Yeah. Oh, and I'll give you access to Silvestro. And Valerio. Let's see. Some clothes you're gonna want. You're probably gonna want some, like, riding boots. You're probably gonna want breeches. Probably gonna want a tunic. You probably want.
Do I keep adding all that under gear?
Yeah, just keep track of the cost. You're probably gonna want a belt to hold your breeches up. You might want a couple of large belt pouches to carry, you know, tools and money. You might want a backpack, a small tent, maybe a winter blanket. I highly suggest getting a mule and a pack saddle for it to carry all your stuff.
I will get those. I gotta go grab my son. He just woke up from his nap.
Ah.
My wife's not back from the store yet. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, I'm back.
You still there?
Yeah. I just went and grabbed a snack while you were away. And a couple of beers. Whee! Because where I'm at, it's afternoon.
All right. Belt. Tunic. Reach it.
Ah.
Oh, fine. All right, hang on. I'll take you upstairs. Hang on, I'll be right back.
All right.
see how long the piece lasts.
You're almost done.
Yeah. All right. Gold. I've got 51 left. Where's like close at?
It's Garrett.
Weapons. Pikes. Where's it at?
What's that?
Looking for gold costs for just gear.
Oh, other than weapons and armor?
Yeah.
Okay, it's in
Tunic, belt,
Player's Handbook,
pants.
Chapter 6, Money and Equipment, Equipment Lists, and then you got clothing and miscellaneous equipment. And tack and harness for your mule. And animals for your mule. And I'll actually give you a character sheet for your mule so you can record what you put on your mule.
Donkey, mule, or ass. 8 gold. So 2, 3.
And then a pack saddle is like 5 gold.
Or 5.
What do you want to name your mule?
Donkey. Eight silver. What's the conversion for gold to silver? I guess if I just...
Silvers are dimes, coppers are pennies, and golds are dollars. So 10, 10, 10, 10.
So if I do 1 gold, that's 10 silver. To make that 20 silver minus 8. Riding boots. Just 2 gold. Tunic is more like a shirt, isn't it?
Yeah, tunic is a long shirt that goes down to your thighs. And it has a kind of like a round neck with a V cut into it that buttons up from about your nipple line.
3. And a cloak. Which is 8. Okay.
All right, here's your mule donkey.
Donkey.
He has...
Oh, I get it. Donkey.
11 HP.
I mean, you got more HP than I do.
And then anything that he's carrying, just put on his gear. So if you buy rope or something, you're probably gonna want to keep it on donkey, because rope's pretty heavy. Every 50 feet is 35 pounds.
How do I do that?
Buy it with your money, but don't record it on Fenmar's character sheet. Record it on Donkey's character sheet. You can open the character sheet by holding shift and double clicking on the token.
Okay, I gotta remember that. Under gear. I've got 31 gold and 11 silver left.
Just a second.
So I'm gonna change out. So let's add a.
All right, I'm back. Any questions?
No.
Sweet.
Those are cheap. Large. Saddlebags. Pounds. 4 gold.
This version of the player's handbook doesn't have it, but there's actually 3 different kinds of rations. The cheapest are 5 gold per week of rations instead of 10. They're just known as rations instead of dry rations. And they usually taste pretty good. Like they have candied fruits and sausages and biscuits instead of, hardtack bread or whatever.
Just referred to as rations.
Yeah. Each ration weighs 1 pound. So
That's
five.
a week, you said?
Yeah. A week is 7 days.
So let's carry 5 gold a piece.
A piece would be 7/5 of a gold, or 5/7 of a gold.
Well, no, I like a week's worth of rations is 5 gold.
Yeah.
I'll do.
And a week's worth of rations is 7 pounds. Just think about,
How much weight can a donkey carry?
Should be on his sheet.
160 pounds.
160 without being encumbered. And then 240 to 319 pounds, he's only moderately encumbered. They can carry a lot of shit.
Yeah, might as well get me an extra. Smiths. Excuse me. All right. think I'm ready
All right.
as far as that goes.
Let's see. Oh, you put 3 rations on the donkey and 7 rations on yourself or something?
I did. So if it's a week, 3 weeks of rations on the donkey. If that makes
Okay.
sense.
So you just delete the times 3 and just leave the 21. Because you put
Okay.
3 weeks of rations on the mule, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's 21 pounds. And then on yourself,
Like a day, couple days.
you don't need pack mule on here. Your shield goes under armor. So that's 37 pounds. And then weapons. Oh, you didn't even add your weapon to your table. You just, all the weapons you bought was the footman's mace, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you have priest echo.
Come here. Come here. You want your pouch? No.
So that's D6 plus 1. And D6. Range is 1. Weight was gear and equipment, weapon, armor, data. Mace, footman's, 10 pounds. Size is medium. Type is bludgeoning. Speed 7. Okay. So now I've installed Footman's Mace into your weapon table. The weapon table weight drops down to just below your gear section. It says total weapon weight 10 pounds. So under weapons on your gear table you put 10. And you're wearing 37 pounds worth of armor. That's your shield and your armor combined. And then your clothes are weightless. Boots. Cloak, riding boots, tunic. So basically, you're naked below the waist, other than your riding boots, and you have a cloak to cover your junk.
I got pants, breeches.
They're not listed on your gear. Weird.
They're there. Right below tunic.
Weird. For me, it says tunic, riding boots, cloak, belt. I will try reopening your table here, or reopening your character sheet.
I moved them around a little bit, but
There, now I see it. Okay, just sliding your belt up. So you have no pouches.
probably get a pouch.
You have no flint and steel, no chalk, no ink, no anything to write with. Oh, you don't read and write anyways, right?
Flint and steel. I could add that.
Wineskin for water, that's good. You don't need your mace on your mule too. So I'm just going to delete that line.
That's an extra one.
Oh, that was an extra one. Okay.
Just in case I lose it.
So your character's not carrying any food. Did you buy a pack saddle?
Yeah, it's on the donkey. Large saddlebags.
That's different. There's pack saddle, which is what allows you to carry basically the mule's entire carrying capacity worth of stuff, or saddlebags, which allows you to carry like 8 pounds worth of shit. And you don't even have a saddle to attach them to.
So a saddle pack
Yep.
versus saddle bags.
Yep.
Okay, we can change that out.
You can have both. It's kind of pointless though, because you can use the animal's entire carrying capacity with a pack saddle. Saddlebags are usually for if you have a riding saddle and you want to carry feed for like a heavy warhorse. You'd put them in your saddlebags. Oats or whatever in your saddlebags.
I can carry meals. Good.
They rot after about 4 days. 3 or 4 days. Good meals means cooked food on a plate.
What about like just dried meat?
Is that even on there?
It's meat for one meal, but it doesn't say like dried or not.
Literally raw meat. If it was dried, it would be rations.
Just keep some rations on me then.
In your pouch or something. Each
Yeah.
ration's a pound. Large pouches carry 8 pounds. Small pouches carry like 2 or 3 pounds or something like that. Did you buy a large pouch or a small pouch?
Let me see what I can afford.
I think a large pouch is only like 2 GP or something like that. I don't remember.
It's only one.
Yeah. And they hold 8 pounds. It's pretty good for carrying gold. You can carry like 400 gold in one large pouch.
I'm a cleric. I don't need to really carry a bunch of gold on me.
Okay, and then
Anything else you think I'm missing?
how many rations are you carrying on you?
I don't know. 5 days.
And they're in your large pouch?
Yeah.
And then how are you carrying your money?
What?
The rest of your money. How do you carry
hang
it?
on one second. Woke up like 10 minutes ago. He was rather cranky. I'm almost done. Almost done. I mean, I've only got like 1 gold and 23 silver left. It should fit in my pouch.
Yep. You said 1 gold and 23 silver?
Silver, yeah.
Okay. Your large pouch. I'm guessing your flint and steel is in your large pouch.
Sure.
And
I forget that pants don't have pockets.
I thought you had belt on here before. Weird.
I did.
Okay. So your pouch is on your belt, and all your clothes are worn. No backpack.
Not right now.
Don't need one really. You got a mule.
I got a donkey. Donkey.
So your tunic, you're wearing it. Breeches, you're wearing it. Riding boots, wearing it. Cloak, wearing it. Belt, wearing it. Your large pouch is on your belt. Your flint and steel and your rations are in your large pouch. And you have 1 GP and 23 silver, which doesn't even weigh a pound. So you're carrying a total of 52 pounds, which makes you still lightly encumbered. So you're moving at 8. Okay. Do you want to go through a play tutorial? Or do you have to go?
I got a little bit of time.
Okay. So you are traveling through I'll find some forest. So you've been following this group of adventurers for a few days through the forest, wanting to join up with them. They're called the Order of the Superior Star.
Order of the Superior Star.
And you've grown tired and found a decent place to camp. You're hot on their trail, but haven't run across them yet. You found a nice little spot by a creek. Right here.
Okay.
It's about 6 p.m. And you pull out a dry ration and kind of munch on it while you're... I don't know, you didn't buy a tent, did you?
I got a tent on the donkey.
Okay, so you are pitching a tent.
What's the weather like?
It is... temperate. Forest. I think it's July 19th. July 20th. It's the 11th year of the 5th Eon. And it's high summer.
Is it time right, 7 a.m. or is it p.m.?
It is about 6 p.m.
Okay. If it's nice out and it's summer, I would not pinch my tent.
Okay.
Tie the donkey up around the tree, maybe.
There is a tree nearby over here. By this small pond.
It's like a big black line for me.
This was a big black line for you?
I see the red line, but there's like what you're pointing at as a tree is a big like black. There's 1, 2, 3. There's a bunch of them, honestly. Here, I can show you.
Okay, now can you tell it's a tree?
Yeah, kinda.
Okay.
Looks like a tree stump. Yeah. That's what it looks like.
Okay. Now you can tell which ones are trees, right?
Yeah. A square is what, 1 foot?
Yeah. So in your blue circle, is a number. Should be 8, right?
Yeah.
So that's your combat movement in squares. Outside of combat, you can move double that and still perform an action. So you can move up to 16 squares and still tie up your mule. There's like some limbs or something hanging down. You can throw a rope over and kind of tie him to it.
Is the black vision?
The black is what you can't see behind.
Yeah, I see it adjusting now. That makes sense. Any animals around?
Not that you can see. Although you can like just look at the ground and find like, random ants crawling around or like a little spider or something.
Okay.
Maybe a grasshopper or two.
So I'm tracking this group.
It's the end of the day and you're tired and hungry and your mule won't go no further.
I'll tie the mule up and probably just pop a squat by the tree and eat some of my food. Drink some water. Refill my water skin if I need to. And start my evening ritual of my nightly prayer session, I guess.
And you're standing right next to this tree. You notice this tree is slightly different than the others. You can see a little bit of web hanging down, like a cobweb or something. You look up, and above you, like maybe 25 feet up in the tree, is this big part of the branches that's encased in webbing of some kind. It looks like you ever rolled through a town that had like a caterpillar problem in their trees, where there's just a bunch of caterpillar webbing, and it's a big caterpillar nest.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So it kind of looks like that, but it's like fully 25 feet to 50 feet of the tree. Like 25 feet above the ground to the 50-foot mark, so about 25 feet tall. It's just all encased in this webbing stuff.
Do I see anything moving in it?
No.
Do I smell anything?
No, it doesn't smell out of the ordinary. You smell a bit of stagnant water coming from the pond. You can smell fresh grass as the summer air kind of whips through the. It's almost like a lawn around you. It's pretty long though. It's like 7 or 8 inches long. Especially the closer you get to the creek, it gets longer. And there it is. So you're kind of looking around, That's funny. Okay. Um, you don't have any decks to speak of?
No, and that sucks.
Okay, so this is pretty rare. Uh, distance. All right, so you're looking around and up this tree, and then you kind of look back down towards your mule and finish tying him up, and then your eyes kind of focus and straight ahead of you, looking at you, is one of these guys.
Alertness proficiency.
Do you have the alertness proficiency?
I don't think so.
Okay.
That would be a non-weapons proficiency, which I don't have yet. So.
Now it's weapon.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I was just reading what it says here. Okay.
All right. So this guy's looking at you, and it's pretty ugly looking. As soon as the page loads, I can read you the description. It's an ugly bipedal creature. Stands about 6 feet tall. Even with its long, stooping gait and hunched shoulders. It has short, spindly legs, long arms that reach nearly to its ankles, and large pot belly. Its
Does
hands.
It look aggressive?
Its hands have a thumb and 3 long fingers that end in razor-sharp claws, and its body is covered in tufts of thick, wiry black hair. Its skin is dark and thick-looking, and its head is almost equine in shape. That means horse-like, but it has large reptilian eyes that are blood red, large fangs, one protruding downward from each side of its mouth. And the mouth itself is large and lined with very sharp teeth. And it's standing there looking at you, kind of making a chittering noise, like
Do I
a squirrel.
recognize what this creature is?
Not at all. You've never encountered any monsters in your life.
Okay.
You've only heard tales of dragons and wizards and things like that. So this is definitely not a dragon. And it looks at you. Then it starts looking aggressive.
As a cleric, trying to remember, is detect evil is a spell, correct?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's gonna come and screw with me. Well, I'm gonna move around the donkey.
It's not your turn yet. Go and roll initiative. Oh. So to roll initiative, you click on your token.
Yep.
And then up the top, it should say initiative. What do you want to do, though?
Step away from around the donkey.
That's it? You don't want to attack him?
Brace for an attack? I'll hold my shield up.
So does that mean you are rolling to attack and waiting for him to attack?
Yes. I will wait for him to come to me.
Okay.
Or it.
So go ahead and roll initiative for your mace. So you click on initiative, and then in the drop-down menu, you find your mace, Footman's Mace. And you have no adjustments to your initiative. So you should just be able to spam the enter button. $15.49. The monster roll 6.71. The mule will run away on 11.1. Alright. So the monster, not wanting to scare the mule away, comes around to the back of it, faces you. You can change your facing as a free action if you want to face the monster and block with your shield. Do you want to do that?
Yes.
Okay. So the monster attacks with its left claw. It makes this... Oh, go ahead and change your facing.
Yeah, I'm trying to. There we go.
Okay. Do you have a mouse wheel?
Yeah.
If you select your token and hold the E key and use your mouse wheel, you can spin your character.
Okay.
Alright, so he comes at you with his left claw. Wow. He rolled a 17. So he hits -2, which is well below your AC. You only take 2 damage because you're a small or medium creature. And then he comes at you with his right claw.
Which box do I track HP
Green.
in? Is that
Green. So you just click your token. You click on the green circle and you hit -2, enter. Did you click on the green circle?
Mm-hmm.
And press -2, enter.
That's not doing anything.
So literally on the number 8 inside the green circle, and it should open up a little window.
Yeah, the token settings.
That says nope. Nope. Oh. So you click on your token. Up above your token should be 3 circles. A red one, a green one, and a blue one.
Yeah.
So the green circle up above your token, you click on that, and it should open up a little window that says 8 in it. And then you hit -2, enter.
Oh, it's opening up a whole nother box.
What box?
Oh, there we go. I see it. -2.
There we go. Alright, so now he comes at you with his right claw. And misses. Clang! Right off your shield. You can hear it go down the embossed bits on the front. Now he comes after you with his mouth parts to bite. Five versus AC2 also misses. Now the mule runs away.
He's tied up.
Yep, he can still get over here.
Okay.
And it's your turn.
I will roll to hit and attack with my mace.
Okay.
Seven.
So he is shieldless. And in the shieldless line, oh, you didn't even roll to hit him. Okay. Click on your token.
Okay.
And then up the top where it says attack, click on attack. And then in chat, it'll show a list of weapons. And you got to use your mace, right? Because that's what you rolled for. And then you target the eder cap with the crosshairs. And it's going to ask you some questions about adjustments. And you have normal conditions, so you can just spam the enter key.
All right. Damage modifier, nothing.
Yep. Okay, so technically he is shieldless. And you rolled 4 to hit, which is 16 versus AC 6, which is a miss. And the mule, noticing that it's tied up and cannot get away, now chooses to fight.
Make him donkey.
They have a bite for D2 and a kick for D6. Whoops. Medium bludgeoning. All right. So the mule goes in to kick the shit out of the other cap. Hee-haw. He rolls a confirmed crit, causing 7 damage to the other cap.
Yeah, donkey.
Green is confirmed crits, so on the shieldless line, because the other cap is shieldless, the AC is 6, and you can see he rolled a green. If you hover over the 1, he rolled a green 19. So green, since the 1 is lower than 6, it hits, and it's a confirmed crit because it's he beat the AC by 5 or more. So beat it by exactly 5. So he caused 7 damage on a crit. Then the mule turns around and bites him. And again, crits him with a 19, causing 3 more damage. Now the other cap, it's the end of the round. The other cap's getting his ass kicked. He just got critted twice in a row. 13. So I'm going to roll morale for the other cap. Alright, the other cap's resolve holds fast, and he lunges in to attack again. So, initiative again, please. And this time, you can take over the actions of Donkey. Normally I'm supposed to run that, but it's okay. Alright. And the other cap goes on 6.85. So first up is Donkey. So if you click on Donkey, and then hold on a second, I need to add one more line to his weapon table. If there isn't a minimum of 8 lines on these weapon tables, it produces a bunch of errors when you go to attack. Alright. So if you click on Donkey and click attack, in chat, there's going to be a list of attacks. You can do bite first or kick first if you want. Doesn't matter to me. It's your choice what order you do your attacks in. For the attacks that are simultaneous, that is. Okay. So the other cap is technically shieldless. So 9 does not beat AC 6. So the kick misses. And just sort of kicks right over the Ettercap's head or something. Slapping him in the face with his donkey nuts. And he's also got a bite. You still there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's going.
All right. So 7 versus AC 6 is also a miss. And then it's the Ettercap at 6.85. So the Ettercap is finally figuring out that the mule is more of a threat than you are. And he goes to start fighting the mule. So he goes to use a left claw against the mule. The mule is technically shieldless. And the mule will turn to face the Ettercap. Okay, the mule is shieldless. 1 versus AC 7 hits, causing 3 damage to Donkey. So 11. I'm going to hit -3, enter. There we go. And his right claw against Donkey. Donkey is shieldless. 8 does not beat AC 7. And the Ettercap still has a bite. Against Donkey. And misses him yet again. 9 does not beat AC 7. And you are now up for your move. And you rolled initiative for your mace, if I remember correctly.
I can move, right?
Yes, however, the threatened area of the Ettercap is these 3 spaces. If you move out of that 3 spaces, he'll get an attack of opportunity against your rear, which does not include your shield.
Even if I'm just trying to circle him?
Yep.
Alright, well then I'll just attack him.
And even then, he would be able to turn to face you. Okay, he technically is shieldless. Your 11 does not beat AC 6. And that's the end of the round. Still, things are not going his way. And he's going to roll morale again. And his resolve lingers. Go ahead and roll morale. Or, sorry, initiative again. And also for your mule. The Ettercap moves on 5.17. So lower number is better in second.
So I want to cast a spell. What do I put in for initiative?
Okay, so you click on your token, and then up at the top where it says spells and powers, you click on that. And then in chat, you click on priest. And what it's going to do is roll to see if you fail to cast the spell. It's based on your intelligence, or sorry, your wisdom score. Priests can actually fail to cast spells. It's kind of funny if they have shitty wisdom. I think you have a 0% chance to fail, but it will still. See how it says 1 successes to cast a priest spell?
Mm-hmm.
So you're successful. And then you click on the level of the spell, so probably level 1. And then one of the spells that you have memorized. Okay, your initiative is 9.27. So if the Ettercap hits you before then, the spell will fizzle. So Strength of Stone raises strength of target to 16 or by 1, whichever is higher. Okay, and then Donkey. Oh yeah, for Donkey you would roll initiative for medium-sized base speed or just his touch attack, because the touch attack has his medium-sized base speed in it. I always roll touch attacks for monsters for initiative.
Yeah.
Nope, that was an attack. You need to roll
that
initiative.
was a roll.
Yeah.
That's what
Roll initiative.
initiative.
Okay, Donkey goes on 9.63. You cast your spell on 9.27. And the other cap goes on 5.17. So he wins initiative. Eder caps. D2 plus 4. Eder caps are kind of stupid. So I'm going to roll an intelligence check to see if he's smart enough to know he can fizzle your spell. Probably going to be too stupid. Wow. Huh. That's funny. My target number was 5 or less. I rolled a 1 on a d20. So he fully knows he's supposed to at least try to fizzle your spell. So he's going to attack you with his left claw. Try and fizzle that spell. Oh man, he crits you.
Dear God.
For 4 damage and fizzles your spell. So your spell is wiped clean from your memory. Blah, and it doesn't take effect. Now he goes back to attacking with his right claw against Donkey. So he's pretty happy about that, so he probably won't have to roll morale at the end of this round, unless he gets critted or something. Here's the right claw against Donkey. Five versus AC7 hits. Donkey only takes 1 damage. So he's down to 7 HP. And the other cap tries to bite the donkey. Two versus AC7 hits. The donkey takes 8 damage and drops. Dead as a doornail. Animals don't do hovering on death's door. So they just die. And that's the end of the round. Go ahead and roll initiative. All right, you win initiative. So you go ahead and roll your footman's mace attack. Uh, 10 versus AC6 doesn't work. And the other cap tries to hit you with his left claw. Oh man, the other cap misses you, just clangs on your. No, you're not shieldless. But AC 8 does not beat your AC of 2. Because you have a shield, you're not shieldless. And then his right claw against you. Okay, 8 versus AC2 does not hit you, and his bite. Oh man, he crits you for 13 damage and you drop. Minus 13, enter. And the Ettercap, you can feel him as he digs through your hide armor with his huge mandibles and feasts on your entrails.
Awesome.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to give you some experience for that, actually.
I'm dead.
I'm going to give you 650 experience for it. So what you do is click on your token, hold shift, and double click on him. It'll open up your character sheet.
Mm-hmm.
And then go to your character sheet tab and slide down to where it says experience. Oh, you already did it.
Yep.
Wow. Okay. There we go.
I'm figuring it out.
Yep. All right. Eder caps are quite a bit beyond the capabilities of a level 1 character. So they have 5 hit dice, and I think they're... Let's see.
It seems a little rough going up against something with 3 attacks right off the bat.
Yeah. They count as a 7+1 to 8 hit die creature. So that, I didn't mean for you to survive that by any means. But you were a pretty good sport about it, and I gave you 650 points for that.
My donkey.
You still have your donkey. All right. So you are elevated to full health, as is donkey. And you both can take your place beside Tenzi.
Wake up in the middle of the night and it was all just a dream.
Yeah. Just a wicked dream. So you are ready.
There's dried blood all over my armor.
Yeah. So you're ready to play tomorrow. Can you make it at noon tomorrow?
Noon Central, right? Or is that noon your time? You're West Coast, so you're 2 hours behind me.
It's 10 a.m. for me.
Okay,
1
so yeah,
1 p.m. East Coast.
That's noon for me. Yeah, I'll be on.
Cool. And
Sundays I'm usually free, so that actually it's perfect.
Yeah. And like I said, we usually play for at least 5 hours. Sometimes we go a little over. Like maybe 5.5, maybe 6.
Okay.
But that just means you get more hours for your $10 a month. I've seen people charge $10 per player per person, or at least try to, on Roll20, and I've never seen anybody join their games. That's way too expensive. $10 per session. I couldn't imagine. That's because you usually people play for about 3 hours normally, I think, most of the time. So $10 for 3 hours is that guy's making hand over fist, with 3 players. Hand over fist money. But I think I was one of the first people on Roll20 to actually go to pay to play, if not the first. So, I have, I think, a really reasonable price, $10 a month versus $10, per session per person. That way, you get, even if we played only, every other week, you still get 10 hours out of it. That's like $1 an hour. It's like the cheapest. That's cheaper than seeing a movie or going to the arcade or something. So it's cheaper than bowling. I know that. And I only use that money to like, pay for dynamic lighting and
Keep your pro account up or whatever.
Yeah, I keep my pro account up. I bought a computer with it last summer. I bought this computer chair that I'm sitting in with it. I bought my headset with it. And I think I bought this mouse and my office chair mat with it. So I buy computer stuff and things that go towards the game because it takes me. I do like world building streams when I'm prepping and stuff and like making maps and dungeons, and I'll spend like, no joke, like 10 hours on one dungeon. 10 to 15 hours on one dungeon, and like for one NPC I'll spend like 2 hours making NPC. I'll spend like 3 hours making a land map, so I'm putting a lot of time in despite the small amount that I charge, and then I just use it to keep up all my accounts. And I think eventually, if I get back up to 10 players, then I'll be able to pay for like my internet every month, with the money from Solid Hex. So that'll be nice, being able to pay an actual bill with it.
Okay.
So it all just goes right back into the game pretty much. It's not like I'm ordering what's it called? DoorDash pizza or stuff like that with funds from the game. It's just kind of a reason. I think it's a reason for people to want to show up, because then they'd feel like they were wasting their money if they didn't. And on Roll20, that's actually a really big issue. There's a lot of people who will sign up for a game and make a character and then never show up.
Well, I've been looking to get back into playing again, so it's
Yeah.
I've got Sundays works. That's why I saw your game. I think time fits and all that. I don't typically do anything on Sundays.
Yeah.
And until recently, I was working primarily from home. I do spend a few days in the office a week every now and then. But
Now that COVID's over.
yeah.
Yeah.
The last 18 months have been sitting in my basement. So.
Right. Yep.
No, I'll be here tomorrow. Meet the other players. How many active right now? 3 or 4?
There are 3 active players, and you're going to be the 4th player. The other, I think, there was a 4th player that he actually was inactive for almost a year, I think, and he was pledging on Patreon the whole time, so I kept him in the game. And then I think it was like in April he cut off his pledge, and I removed him 2 weeks after that. So I give people 2 weeks to show up, when they're not paying. And anyone who is not a paying player who um, doesn't show up for 2 weeks straight, and no word on what's up, then I remove them from the game. That's how I used to do it before it was a pay-to-play game. And there's actually two players in the game now that are grandfathered in from the time where it was either before it was a pay-to-play game, or I offered spots in the game without pay-to-play, because we got down to two players or something like that, because one player had to take a weekend off or something. Every once in a while, I would make a special offer for people to join without pay to play. And Michael, the guy that plays the monk, is one of those players. So he's grandfathered in from a non-pay time, but he did make a really large donation about his third month, but he's still not pledged on Patreon. Okay. So he actually paid for an entire year for Pro for me. So that was pretty cool. But
sweet.
All right, so I'll see you tomorrow.
Yep, that works, man. I gotta take off. So.
All right, have a good night.
Yep, see ya.
Bye-bye. And for our viewers, thank you very much for watching. Please like, share, and subscribe. For subscribers, if you're watching us live on Twitch, I have a special offer for subscribers. It is a poop emote. Dancing poop animated emote. Available if you subscribe. And I have a subscriber goal. After 15 subscribers, I'll get another spot for a second animated emote, and I'm going to put in what's it called? A emote for rolling criticals. It says critical, and it flashes white, red, and gold. So the poop is kind of for when people roll natural ones and fumble, and so the critical is kind of for when people roll, natural 20s, or just whenever they crit. That's kind of what I imagined it would be like. So the chat can kind of participate. Also, for channel points, you can redeem 1,000 channel points and choose the target of my monsters round per round. One person per monster, like one redemption per monster. And you can choose whether the monster hits a player or another monster. And then also for the price of, I think it is 1,250 channel points. I'm sorry, 12,500. You can grant a magical item to the next treasure hoard, and it is any item type of your choice. So you can choose, like, let's say, a ring of invisibility, but you don't get to choose whether it's the ring of invisibility or the ring of invisibility and inaudibility. I have to roll that. So you can say ring of invisibility, and then I'll roll to see if it's also a ring of inaudibility. You can grant a girdle of giant strength, but I have to roll what giant type. So you couldn't just say, girdle of storm giant strength. I'll have to roll to see if it's stone or hill or storm or what. So it's a good way to participate in the fortune of the character party, as well as the misfortune, because, as we all know, some magic items are cursed. And you can grant a cursed magic item if you want to. It all depends on you. And then also, for 50,000 channel points, I'll grant VIP. So VIP will last until I run out of VIP positions. And then the first one that was granted will be undone and given to the new person in chat. So I don't have very many VIPs right now. It's a couple people from other channels. So I think there's about 7 VIP slots out of 10 open right now. And it will take, that's 350,000 VIP points to go through that. And then another 50,000 to undo the first person's VIP status. So we'll cycle through people that way. So you're probably guaranteed to have it for, a couple of years at the current state of things. And if chat picks up, it could be as much as, a few weeks or a few days. All right. So I want to try to raid somebody here. Who do we got? Low 505 is playing some Dungeons and Dragons. Low 505. He likes to play Mystara, I think. Original D&D. Beck me. Here we go.